the timing, please, councillors, but welcome to councillors and staff, members of the public, and both online and in the chamber. So we'll get straight into it. Do we have any apologies? Got Councillor Cowles joining on Zoom. And sorry,
Councillor Hopkins on Zoom.
And Councillor Hopkins on Zoom. Okay. Thank you. Right. Did you wish to say something, Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, well, apologies, I will need to leave at lunchtime.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, someone move that we let him do that. That's holding Deputy Mayor Halalaley. Thank you. Those in favour say aye. Yep, you'll be allowed to leave, Jim, so you'll be right. Okay, any declarations of interest? There are none. Public forum, no one there for that. So going straight to confirmation of previous meeting minutes, there's a number of sets of minutes. So this, first of all, was 4.1, the minutes from the council meeting on the 12th of December. So I'm happy to move. Councillor Thompson.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move them, but could I just ask a question through you to the governance advisor? I noticed in the minutes, members who move and second things are mentioned, and sometimes members are mentioned, but then other times it says a member said. Is there a reason for that, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I've been asked not to put members' names to things, and that is the correct way of recording local government minutes. So you have to have a mover and a seconder named, but when it's actually in debate and discussion, then you take away the names of people and you just summarise the discussion.
The ones that mention, there's usually a reason. So it may be that someone holds a particular role and that mention, making comments and that on that basis. So it's generally there is a reason behind it.
Thank you for that clarification, and I'm happy to move those minutes as true and correct.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Holding. Any comments? Okay, I'll put them. Those in favour, please say aye. And against, that's carried. Item 4.2, minutes from the 19th of December on page 21. Councillor Ryan.
Just a correction to a name on this. In the addendum, it's page 5, but the second page of the 19th minutes, it should be Belinda Hurst from North Otago Tennis, not Belinda Hughes. There's a few mentions. I can send that through to the governance advisor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, how do you spell Hurst?
Hirst.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, and sorry, I'm just getting the pages right here. Right. So are you moving with that? Yes. Yep, thank you. Seconding, Councillor Holding, yeah. Okay. Any other speakers? We'll put it, those in favour? And against? It's carried. Right, item 4.3, minutes from the 27th of February council meeting on page 22. Any comments on that one? Okay, someone like to move? We accept those. Councillor Linwood, Deputy Mayor Halalaley, thank you. No further comments. I'll put it. Those in favour, please say aye. And against, that is carried. For item 4.4 says it's page 41. I'll just go to that. Any comments on that? On those? March. 12th of March. Councillor Holding moving those, and second. Someone, was it? Councillor Thompson, thank you. Right, no other comments, I'll put it. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
And those against, it's carried. Councillor Hopkins?
Oh, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can.
Yeah, okay. Look, I'm sorry, for some funny reason I was locked out earlier. I did have one correction of fact on the 27th of February meeting. On page 31, there's a reference to a notice of motion, and then there's a discussion on the motion. The second paragraph, currently it reads that the council and community had to share responsibly, but it should be had to share responsibility.
Okay, thank you. Allow that amendment. So, yeah, sorry, where did we get up to on the 26th of March? Yeah, we haven't got a mover or seconder yet. No. So, Councillor McCone?
It's just a query on page 58. I think it's point 10. Detailed financial accounts to help identify further savings. Have they been actioned, or is there something coming on those?
Action.
Sorry. You're asking on, so there was a resolution. Which point were you?
On page 58.
Yep. Sorry.
Yeah, page 58, and it's number 10. The request that the detailed financial accounts are provided to the governance team who help identify further savings in parallel with the engagement process.
No, they haven't been provided yet. Someone able to move, we accept those? Councillor Linwood. Second, Councillor Holding. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll put that they accepted. Please say aye.
Aye.
And against? That's carried. And lastly, also in the agenda addendum is the minutes from the 15th of the council hearing held on the 15th of May 2023. So, sorry, I just need to flick across to those. So that's page 24 of the addendum. Any comments on those? Someone would like to move that they are accurate records? Councillor Linwood, thank you. A second. Councillor Holding, thank you very much. There's no other comments. I'll put it, those in favour, please say aye. And those against, those are carried. Right. With permission, but we get there. Okay, item 5.1 on page 71. So recommendation from the Performance Audit and Risk Committee. So I have to go and find it myself.
Yep.
So Councillor Hopkins.
Happy to move, Mayor Kircher. Move the resolution.
Okay, right. Thank you. Any Scott a seconder? Deputy Mayor Halalali, thank you. Right, any comments on it? Okay, we'll put it. Those in favour, please say aye. And against? That's carried, thank you. Right, next is page 102 and item 6.1, the recommendation from the District Plan Review Subcommittee.
Two. Adoption.
That's what we were doing, wasn't it?
Treasury strategy.
Sorry, there's two lots in there, sorry, yep. So that was the adoption of the Treasury strategy, sorry, I realised there was a second one there, the adoption of the revised procurement policy. Councillor McCain?
Yeah, I'd like to see the addition, please, of the governance team and amongst that policy. There is none there, and it's not to be controlling, it's just so that we have information passing both ways, so we know exactly what's going on. And at this point in time, I don't think we have.
Okay. Mr. Parley, would you like to make any comment on that?
Yeah, it'd be good to have some clarity about sort of what the expectations are here in that, you know, the procurement policy is set by the council as the governance team. And, you know, over certain limits, you know, the procurement is brought back to council for decision if it's over the delegated limit. So, yeah, there is a role for governance team in there for council in terms of making decisions around the larger procurement items.
Councillor Hopkins, would you like to comment, and then back to Councillor McCain? Councillor Hopkins?
Can you hear me? I did have a couple of questions, but if Councillor McCone hasn't finished asking his, I'll wait until he has.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you might be commenting on that, but we'll go to Councillor McCain first then.
Yeah, look, I appreciate that, but I think it's a communication thing as well, and so everybody's in the know. And I know there's figures there. In times of adversity, sometimes that independent looking from the outside in can actually help and actually give direction of where that money's going with a bit of wisdom or outside information over and above what we're already getting.
Okay, do anyone else want to comment on that? I think it's yeah, probably needs to be discussed a little bit further, but yeah, it's not overly feasible in this, I don't think, in this forum to get into the detail about what we would like to see, and also to get an understanding for you know, from all of us about what that might be. So if we can hold that off and we can have a separate discussion, it can always come back to us, and with it, then changes can be made at that point. That'd be my recommendation.
That would be acceptable.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins, go to you.
Yes, 4 questions. The first one's very simple. What is the Brooks Law model that's referred to at one stage? On page 91, looking at variations from estimates, this is quite substantial contracts. There's a reference there for they're requiring the risk and procurement advisor to be involved, initial approval from the procurement department's team member, and final approval from an independent member, and then chief executive approval is required where financial delegation from group managers is exceeded. I'm just wondering if you or the chief executive feel there's a case for council or councillors to be involved at that point, as well as the chief executive. The next question on page 90, page 93 of our agenda, talking about contract variations, there's a variation of plus 20%, which means approval must be sought from the relevant executive team member and so on. I'm just wondering why the contract variation is plus 20%, whereas the other variations and tenders and so on are 15%. And finally, if we go to page 97 of the agenda, accuracy and use of information council requires that staff, there are 4 bullet points about how the staff must respect, not use, always communicate, etc., etc. Would it be fruitful to have some consequences itemised there if people don't do that? So those are my questions.
Okay, go to sure who wants to take this, Mr. Palmley, or you, or hand it to someone from the managers if you wish.
Mr. Hope's got some answers ready for some of those questions. I'm not sure. I'm not as familiar with the policy as him, so maybe hand over to Mr. Hope.
If the variation is too high, then it does get moved. It does get brought before council. I mean, because it's really relying on the delegation limits in terms of what can be improved and what can't. So it's sort of the 91 issue. Why there's a difference between of 15 and 20% between the two? Sorry, I couldn't give an answer to that one. And then the last issue, in terms of if someone, an employee breaches the requirements set out in the policy, then that's a reasonably serious employment matter. Because every member of a procurement review process, especially the larger ones, are required to make various disclosures at the start of it and sign off their understanding of really the needs, particularly the commercially sensitive needs and other factors, and undertaking any procurement. So yes, so anyone that breaches those conditions, that would be an employment issue.
Okay. Councillor Hopkins, you're muted. It was quite pleasant for a while.
Supplementary to that, sorry. I'll behave. Supplementary to that, should the fact that it would be a serious employment matter be stated in the policy? That was my question, really. Paul's agreed that it is, but I'm just wondering if there should be some explicit reference to that.
I think the variation between the 15 and 20 is a valid point, and I can't see any particular reason for it. And Mr. Hope hasn't been able to give one. I do think that if a quote is exceeded by 20%, could be quite a lot. So I do wonder whether maybe we bring them both down to 15. But then again, we have Mr. Rendell who's come to make a comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the case of variations on a contract, when we do have a signed contract in place, there are times when variations occur that are outside of the control of officers that are administering the contract, and we have a legal obligation to abide by the determinations of an engineer on a contract. So that 20% allows us to vary the contract where it's required and outside of the control of officers without needing to come back to the governance team on those. Obviously, if there's a budget change, we'd have to come through and report, but allows the variation to occur and works to continue whilst we go through that reporting process. Otherwise, works then stall, and we're then required to pay downtime to contractors who are not working because we're having to make decisions around budgets.
Is it feasible that so a contractor wins a contract based on a lower price, and then variations end up putting it above what someone else might have been quoting on, or is it going to be such a unexpected a variation that would have caught out anyone who was doing it?
It's certainly feasible that could occur. This is why generally we look at quite tight specifications as far as what the work's being delivered, but also we look at quality aspects as well as just pricing aspects to ensure that we're engaging contractors that are suitably experienced and can undertake the works without the risk that comes along with someone that isn't suitably experienced. A lot of what we do put into our contracts does devolve us of risk. However, in doing so, at times there can be a premium that's paid for it. So we do try to maintain a little bit of a balancing act as far as putting too much risk on a contractor, because otherwise we then pay for that risk.
Okay. Councillor Hopkins, do you have anything else to add?
think in terms of Councillor Hopkins' sort of supplementary question about whether we should note that it would become an employment issue in the procurement policy, I think the preference is really just if it's an employment issue, we've had that in employment agreements and really have the separation in that way rather than, so we've only a need to track them in one place. Yeah, I think it's very clear when people are employed and their terms of employment, what the expectations are in this kind of area. So this is more about the procurement process rather than any specific employment issue.
Okay. Any other comments? I do have one, and I've just got to switch between the agenda addendum and this, one or two. Just under the strategic alignment aspect, one of the principles that I think would be handy in there is every now and then we end up with a tender process, and they successful tenderer through the strict parameters of the process isn't necessarily ending up with the best result overall for the community. And I just wonder, I know, there's been times where staff have come back to us and said, we've had to do this and deal with this way because that's what the requirements do, that are specified in the whole process make us do. But sometimes it's a bit counterproductive, and it's not always in the best interests of ratepayers. And I'm just wondering whether there's a common sense clause that might need to be in there. Not to give any contractor an advantage over anyone else, but it's just, as you go through the procurement process, that actually we have to do it this way becomes, well, actually that's not going to end up with the best result for ratepayers.
That kind of issue, was really why I think if there is a further need to try and refine a couple of sections of this, then I think the second recommendation, or possible recommendation that was included in the bit under the minutes would be the way to do that, so that we approve the policy as it is, but then give clear direction to officers about issues like that. I really wouldn't like to try and come up with a paragraph to address the issues sort of on the fly. But I think there's a lot of positive changes in this policy, just because it's a maximum of 12 months when we do the review. If there's a couple of issues that need to be refined, then that can be sort of quite easily done, and possibly address Councillor McCone's issue as well. In a far shorter time frame than that, and then just address a couple of pages of the policy later on, rather than sort of holding up the whole process or trying to, as I said, make something up in the meeting which possibly wouldn't achieve the objective that you're trying to do and add a bit of uncertainty to it. So if that's another way where you just highlight the couple of items where we can do some work and set a deadline to that, and I think that would be a good way forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a number of other points, but I think they can be addressed, or some of them can be addressed as part of an overall, a further review. So we adopt what we can today. I do have one question just on the panels, for assessing tenders, and it refers to a person with commercial or financial expertise. It's almost like being read that they're being classed as interchangeable, and not necessarily. And sometimes we want someone with commercial and financial expertise, which doesn't always go hand in hand. So it just what's going to give us the best result from that situation? Mr. Neal.
Sorry, look, I just wanted to make sure that everybody remembered that we need to make sure that we apply a materiality lens to this when we're going from, when the governance team is starting to look at some fairly operational issues.
Yeah, I just, we want to make sure we get the policy right so that we don't end up in the weeds. And if we don't get the policy right, and in this particular one, it's like, yes, you can have someone with very good financial skills, but it doesn't mean that they're commercial skills. And so, just raising that question, I'll leave it unanswered. And we can look at that as further review, I believe. Sorry, just got to get back into the agenda part. Right. Yes. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Kircher. I'd just like to endorse the Mayor's position. We need to be revisiting this so that we can set the correct policy so that we're then not questioning every decision, but that we know that there's been a holistic approach to what's being asked.
Okay. Right. Councillor McCone, did you have? No, we're on. Okay. Well, I'm happy to move the recommendation there, which the council adopts the revised procurement policy with amendments as agreed. But also would add that we council requests the chief executive to undertake further review of the policy within the next 3 months.
Happy to see
And
that.
I made that. Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. I made that time frame up. So I'm happy to get feedback from Mr. Palmley as to how that might fit in.
I think we'll work with that and see how we can make that fit in terms of dealing with the issues that you've raised. And also we need to take this back through the power committee and do some work before that. But 3 months should be reasonable to be able to do that, but I'll need to check with the team.
Okay. Right, so moved, seconded Councillor Hopkins. Any further discussion? I'll put it. Those in favour, please say aye. Those against? That's carried. Right, this time, so item 6.1, recommendation from the DPR committee on page 102. I think we're right to go to it this time. So it's basically appointing Councillor McCone as additional member of the DPR subcommittee and agreeing to change the quorum to 55% of members, but remaining at 4 as the total number of members. Someone happy to move that? Councillor Thompson, seconded Councillor Linwood. Hands are going up fast today. Okay. Any discussion? Against? No. Okay, I'll put it. Those in favour, please say aye. Those against? That is carried. Go to item 6.2, Waitaki water fluoridisation response to petition. And yes, it is that one. Just welcome everyone to the chamber. I'm sure most of you are going to be here for this particular item. So, Mr. Palmley.
Thank you. I won't do much of an introduction to this because I think it's an issue we're all familiar with. But this item's before you in response to the petition that you received at the last council meeting regarding the directive received from the Director General of Health to fluoridate water. That decision is still going through a legal process. Parliament gave the Director General the authority to make that decision, but there are questions over the legality of the decision in terms of the Bill of Rights Act and the impact of that. The recommendation here is simply to note the petition, to continue to work with the Ministry of Health and to request an extension of time from the Ministry of Health in line with that's already been granted to other councils that have received the directive. Happy to answer any questions.
Any councillors, any questions? No? Councillor Hopkins, sorry. Councillor Hopkins. you're speaking, we're not hearing you.
Right, so on page 104, the bottom of the page, you talk about your report says, or the report says, council was legal on this option and was advised that the injunction process would be onerous, costly to ratepayers and so on. Is it possible for us to see that legal opinion? Or can that be circulated, please?
A question for Mr. Palmer.
Yeah, we can circulate that. I don't have that to hand to circulate to you at the moment, but we can circulate that.
Okay. Anything else, Councillor Hopkins? Okay. Does someone want to move recommendations or any other motion? Councillor Thompson and Deputy Mayor Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's sensible that we wait for further clarification on the process, and so that's why I'm comfortable moving.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor.
No, thank you through the chair. Yes, supportive of just, moving this. We do need to wait for more clarification. I'm just noting on page, I think it's 104 in terms of the basis for the directive. And it's good to see that there's an engaged community around this topic, and it's good that you're passionate about it. The other thing to consider of note is just around accessibility. For people in our community, they don't have the access to the healthcare that they need. And that would have been some part of the background for this. So notwithstanding some of the views in terms of the petition going forward, there are some health equity, issues that we do need to address, which is in addition to this. So I just wanted to make that point. But happy to second that recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll put it. Those in favour say aye. Oh, sorry. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Chair. I was wondering, I know that recommendation 4 is that we agree to take any other action in relation to this matter. I wonder if the mover and seconder would consider changing that to read as follows: that council considers advocating to Parliament on its own behalf, arguing that the principle of localism should apply, and that the addition of fluoride to water supplies should therefore be discretionary.
Councillor Thompson.
I think that that's a major departure from option 2, and I wouldn't be prepared to change.
Okay. Any other comments?
Well, I might.
Okay. Councillor Hopkins.
I might, in that case, after these 4 have been put, I might move it separately to see if there is a seconder for that motion.
Okay, Councillor Holding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you repeat what you said, Jim, a bit slower without speaking to the microphone?
I was suggesting a recommendation as follows: that council considers advocating to Parliament on its own behalf, arguing that the principle of localism should apply, and that the addition of fluoride to water supplies should therefore be discretionary.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly would be contrary to this, so we can't take it as an amendment. So we still have a substantive motion in front of us. And so I will put that now. Those in favour, please say aye. And those against? That is carried. Councillor Hopkins.
With your permission, I would like to move what I have already read twice. I won't read it again.
Yes. Okay, I'll look for a seconder. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ryan? Okay. Any further discussion on that? Right, I'll put that, all in favour, say aye.
No,
Those against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, so that finishes that agenda item, and now we go on to our next one, 6.3, the Kapanui Bridge design on page 108. Thank you for those who have been in the chamber. It was subtle, but I think you appreciated the decision. Okay, right, moving on to the bridge. And we've got, who's speaking to this? Mr. Rendell, who's just moving seats, and he'll be speaking to this particular report. It's all right, Josh. Seats. Yeah. Like Harrison. Okay, we've got Mr. Rendell and Mr. Harrison with us, so to address this. So there's all manner of levels of tiers of management that could introduce this, but I'm looking to who's taking lead on it. Oh, everyone's looking at Mike, I think.
Well, I'll briefly introduce it and then
Okay.
really hand it over to Mike and Josh. Obviously, the Kakanui Bridge has been under discussion for a considerable length of time. But really it is getting to a more, I suppose, real aspect to it. And this report presents the options that have been determined through a detailed design process and coming up with a particular recommended design. So hand it over to those two to talk through it and then answer any questions.
Good morning, councillors. Mayor Chikircha. Yeah, so the design at the stage has looked at the options significantly, the two significant options for construction materials for the deck being timber or concrete. I realise that some conversations around why have we excluded concrete, but I've got to be clear here, we have looked at the three substantive options for bridge construction, which is concrete, steel, and more recently timber. All the design materials have 100-year plus design life as per the building code. And we also have a commentary in there about carbon footprint, and it's talking about carbon neutral. The calculation for that has a range of views through the network around what is applicable, but we're using the understood and accepted method for calculation, so it is a fact on that. But the design here, what we're putting before you, is the lowest cost position based on our estimating at the moment. We have looked at the cost of the other options, and this is the lowest cost. Keeping the cost in mind, we are saying at the stage we can design one material construction. That's what we're proposing at the moment. That is the lowest cost position. It will not preclude other options through the tender process, because tenderers will have the option to offer alternatives, and that would be quite normal and quite achievable in the contract. So at this stage, we're looking at the confirming around the location of the bridge, the height of the bridge, the width of the bridge, and the I'm understanding too, the width is around, should it be single lane or double lane? Double lane is and will always be an option, but our co-investment partners will only provide like for like subsidy, so that the extra cost, which is about a third, so $3 to $4 million for an extra lane, would be 100% funded by the local community. I hope that gives a bit of an overview. I'm happy to answer any direct questions.
Just clarification for probably members of the public more than anything, when you talk about it will need to be funded by the local community, you're talking about the Waitaki District ratepayers.
That is correct. I mean, we wouldn't get a co-investment of the normal 57% from the government through a National Transport Fund.
No, just want to be very clear on that. Didn't want the people of Kakanui thinking it's all up to them. Right, so Councillor Blackler.
Thank you, Mayor Kircher. Thanks for the report. It's very detailed and thorough. I just had a question around the on page 110 under bridge height. There's the mention of the anticipated flood level for a 1 in 100 year flood. As we know, there's various climate models and stuff that are used to kind of assess what a potential future 1 in 100 year flood might look like based on changes to the bed depth in the river or rainfall intensity and predicted time and stuff like that. So I just wanted to understand, is that 1 in 100 based on the modelling as we know, or has it got some padding built into it for possible future weather perturbations? And then my second question was I just wanted to understand the rationale for, obviously the majority of the rationale for going to the 750 diameter piles would be due to the possibly the lower weight on top, allowing us to use less material and therefore less cost. But does that add an element of risk, or is it perfectly acceptable?
Through the chair, the design criteria for rainfall is the accepted and required design criteria. So the 1 in 100 is what's required for the padding in there, if you will. It is also around sea level rise because at Kakanui we do have the sea level sitting there, so that there is a tidal influence coming through there. So that all those things are combined with the best information we have at the moment. Also includes a freeboard in there because we're looking at floatable materials that are actually coming down the river, but it also allows for an extra amount of river rise through that as well. It is based on the best information we have at the moment. The 750 diameter piles, that is around an option that comes from having a lesser dead weight of the bridge decking above it. Doesn't add any additional risk to it, but it does mean that for that structure this will work. There is a diagonal brace across there because that is around the extra loading across the bridge, and so that's different. By going to 750 we had to put in that extra bracing.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, two questions from me. The first, on page 112, under Archaeological Authority, and I know we discussed this at the workshop, but which I think was streamed, but I remain concerned this statement, Heritage New Zealand would be expected to push back on full removal without strong reasoning. They will need clear and strong reasons, etc., for why the bridge could not be retained or repurposed. Cost and expediency would not be mitigating considerations. When are we going to get something definitive, or when are we going to put something definitive to them? It seems to me that's not so much a sword of Damocles, but a considerable risk confronting the project. And the sooner it's resolved and the sooner we have some certainty around it, the better. So I'm just wondering, have we yet got finality by way of an expression of position from Heritage NZ, or when do we anticipate getting it? The other question, I suppose we have to discuss or consider the possibility of a two-lane bridge, because a lot of people will say that would be a good thing to have. Can you just tell me, you said that it would remain an option even if we voted today for the recommendations in front of us, which make very good sense. At what point would the option, the self-funded option of the second lane, become unable to be implemented, and how will you keep it alive in the interim?
Through the chair, the Heritage New Zealand at this stage, the bridge does not have a national classification of significance. We have had initial discussions with Heritage New Zealand. We need to progress that further if the decision here is that we were looking at removing the bridge. We understand our resource consent that we hold at the moment does not limit us. If we were to keep the bridge, we'd need to change the resource consent because the resource consent is a replacement of the bridge. We do not appear to have any requirement from a Heritage New Zealand, but we haven't pushed that any further. After this meeting, we'd start discussing that. We'd also be looking in more detail at the resource consents. The two laning of the bridge, now would be the time to actually make that decision, to be honest, around, it doesn't preclude it in the future, but our design at the moment around a single lane, we would need to go to the wider pile spacings to actually give that opportunity for the future. We've already worked out a straight area base for how the cost would be. We've tested that so that where we come up with an extra third, that's the cost of the increasing width of the bridge on there. So we do know what the cost is going to be, and design now would need to move either for the single lane or the double lane.
Thank you, Councillor McCone.
You know, again, thank you for a comprehensive report, but I have two or three questions actually. So option D is the preferred option, and it says, I know we're not there yet, but estimate with construction 30%. That could add $6.2 million for it if you blow that out to that number, which would take it out to just a bit over 19 million. That would be an extreme number, I'm hoping. And the other question I have, that number will be only for the construction. It won't include the purchase of land, consent, surveying, all the other bits and pieces. So there's still more add-on to go onto that number. Is that right?
Through the chair, yes, that would be an extreme number. Based on where we're at the moment, there's a lot of unknowns sitting there. So that's how it would come up with a very big number. That's nowhere close to what we'd expect it to be. But our estimators have been very clear around the range of where it could land. Yes, that cost there is the construction does not include for the legal costs of land acquisition and the surveying of those.
Sorry, and the bridge removal, it doesn't include any of that.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Percival, thank you.
Yeah, Mike, you mentioned several times lowest cost against what you're building. Does that affect price quality, obviously quality criteria? You mentioned the cost, lowest cost being the one you recommended. Also, as far as acquisition of land to complete it, I thought, and we've only understanding that we owned all the land that was going to be used for the approaches to the bridge. And also questions from the community down there. One in particular was, is the design going to withstand the flood pressures that we know that it will get? Also, why was steel construction never considered or put forward? Steel construction. Yeah, quite a few questions, but they're not really curious with what you put forward, which is a good report. But I am concerned that you mentioned lowest cost several times.
Through the chair, the cost is a prime factor, and for delivery of the project within the current budgets is our target to achieve. Doesn't preclude other options coming through at the time, but for us, or for what I'm trying to achieve and deliver for the community here is around something within the budget. Lowest cost is the lowest cost. That is not affecting the quality out of it. What we're saying, that we're delivering an equivalent bridge for the equivalent lifespan, for the equivalent loadings and equivalent performance, and looking at the range of options. Steel has got it will come in something similar to the concrete price for the bridge. So what we're showing there is the concrete is looking to be the most expensive version, timber the lowest cost version. Depending on the loadings and how it weighs out, the steel will be heavier than the timber. So it will change the width requirements for a lot of the substructures. So it's somewhere in the middle, not closed out. We'd expect for people to ask that question and to look at it, but the history with bridge construction steel hasn't been the flavour of the models at the moment. Will it withstand the floods that we know and predicted? It is designed for what we know currently. The biggest risk is where the water levels get up and start to encompass or to strike the bridge itself, and that creates a significant loading transverse across the bridge, and that's what by having the freeboard, that actually steps away from that. We're also looking at around drift wood coming down, so part of our design is where that's going to be captured and how that's going to be held, but with less piers into the river, that's much less a risk to the structure. Land, yes, it was not expected there's going to be land acquisition required. When we've gone through the detailed survey and design that we've identified on the true right-hand side that where the bridge lands is not currently on road reserve, so that there is some legalisation of the properties required. So that is the significant driver for that.
Well, it might sound a bit corny, but in designing something like this to future-proof, you'd obviously be looking at 2 lanes, which is out of the question as far as costs at the moment. Would the design lend itself to having the dreaded clip-on type thing in the future for another lane?
And probably just further that, would the clip-on potentially be the moving the walking and biking track off the main part of the bridge and allowing all of the what's currently designed as the bridge to be 2 lane?
Through the chair, and thank you for that question. Yes, a clip-on could be added for walking and cycling. It wouldn't work for motor vehicles for the loading on it. So to provide for a second lane, remembering that one of the things, the 7.1 width that we're proposing is limited to a single lane only, because that is around the side mounting of the barriers, the crash barriers. With a single lane at that width, the vehicles can't turn to too sharp an angle. Once you go to double lane, they can strike the sides at a the angle where it creates a greater force on the side, so that it changes how you mount the side the crash barriers to it, which is why we had the 7.1 and a wider 8.1 design here. If we need to flush mount or to mount the crash barriers for a greater strike angle, then we need to widen the bridge initially. Then the increase for an extra lane kicks in. So that's why the price does step up quite significantly.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Mayor Kitcher, I'm listening to the officers and the comments from Mike. I think that it would be prudent at this stage. I mean, he has said we've got to make a call on a single or double lane now. And I don't think on the basis of what we've had put in front of us and knowing that it could be 3 to 4 to 5 million additional cost, I probably would move the recommendations with one very minor amendment to number 3. Just for absolute clarity, I think it should read, instructs the Chief Executive to have officers work with property owners to adjust property boundaries to enable the new road alignments for the Kakanui Bridge. But I will move those 3 recommendations if you'll allow me to.
Certainly, accept those. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Holding. Okay, do you wish to speak to it to kick things off, Councillor Hopkins?
Well, I only to say what I'm sorry, so I perhaps should have saved the comment. But I mean, I think what Mike has said is that we've got to make the call today, effectively, and based on the fact that we're staring down the barrel of affordability in so many other areas, based on the fact that Waka Kotahi or NZTA doesn't appear to be willing to improve facilities in this instance and is only willing to fund like for like, based on the predicted traffic volumes in the future and the expectation that the single lane will cope with that. I think the only prudent approach is to adopt the recommendations, which I think include a really innovative and creative and imaginative way to actually achieve the new bridge. So old bridge wood, new bridge wood, totally different kind of use of wood, but what an excellent and innovative 21st century solution.
Thank you, and I'll just speak in support. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's been good that we've had the information around what the future use is going to be, because that's quite critical as to whether two-laning would be a better option. But when we hear about all of the other single-lane bridges with greater use, it makes it difficult to argue for spending the extra money when we don't really have it. I think, there are a number of other things which I think will be vast improvements on the current bridge. The fact that it will be a much flatter bridge, so drivers and so on can see much more easily what's coming from the other direction, because that is definitely a challenge at the moment with the curved bridge that's there. And basically drivers being on the bridge before they can actually see what's at the other end. So some of those things will make life a bit easier. The fewer piers, the significantly fewer piers will get rid of a lot of the damage or the challenge and cost that we have with slash build up during flood events and after flood events. So the need to close it won't be there. So there's all of those sorts of things, and just on that last item, it's definitely a reason to make sure that we remove the existing bridge. Yes, it's pretty and so on, but if we've got to go and clean up after every flood event and clear it out again and just keep doing that, it's not a great use of resource and the roading budget that we do have. Assuming it does qualify for to come out of the roading budget. There's those challenges that we won't have and the community won't have. It's important connection for the district if main road is closed off at certain points, and it'll be this bridge will be a much better option for people to take, but also, as Councillor Hopkins mentions, the actual design elements of it will make sure that it's hopefully a good looking bridge overall. Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to confirm or reiterate here that the construction funding from Waka Kotahi has not been approved yet, and we won't know that until later in this year. I think it's around about September is what they're talking about. But just for clarity, this is around the design. The construction is still waiting for that funding.
No, absolutely, and there'll be discussions that some of us will be able to have with the minister and others in Wellington that can support those. So please feel free to ask whatever's needed in that direction. Councillor Ryan.
I just wanted to echo the comments of yourself and Councillor Hopkins. It was quite interesting reading the article from 1899 when the bridge was opened, and while things have changed a lot since then, we're having a lot of the same discussions. The bridge then was subject to much debate in council, the cost for a long time hindering its constructions. And again, it's obviously of great importance to the district. The government matched pound for pound in 1899, and all councillors attended its opening because of its significance to the district. So.
Did it say how much it cost? on that one? No, probably cheaper. Got 3 workmen, 3 years to build. Right, any other comments? Okay, we'll put it, those in favour, please say aye. Those against, that is carried. Right, moving on to the exciting world of pipes. No, we're doing draft policy statement on land transport. Sorry, it's getting ahead of myself. So item 6.5. 6.
Asbestos. Cement names policies.
Okay. Yeah, so I thought, but then it's, no, it hasn't got that on this list. Right. So we are going to asbestos pipes, are we? So I've got to find out what's in my actual agenda here. So 6.4. And we've got Marty Pacey here to talk about that. So welcome, Marty, and let you introduce it. Thank you. Apologies for that confusion too.
Exciting world of pipes, yeah. So what this report is about is wanting to adopt a policy on asbestos cement pipes, and effectively adopting a standard operating procedure which we have been undertaking for the last couple of decades. The intent is to leave the asbestos cement pipes in the ground as is industry practice, and replace pipes effectively on a different alignment. Yeah, I'm just open to questions as much as anything.
Okay. Questions, Councillor McCone?
Look, I understand it had a bit to do with this sort of thing over the years. The best option, in my opinion, is just leave it as it is, and option one sticks out far more practical than anything else, especially in the rural farmland and the private sector. Asbestos pipe, when it does finally give up, goes like chalk, just so you can crush up in your hand, and as soon as you start moving, it just dissolves. So you're better off, it's 300, 400 deep in the ground. It's below agricultural work unless you drive a fence post through it. There's just leave it alone. That'd be my opinion. And we're creating a rod for our own backs.
Excellent question. Councillor Percival, have you got a question?
Yeah, Marty, I agree with John and your recommendation that it's left in the ground, but you're going to get some farmers, some people are going to be quite adamant that if you decommission that pipe, they'll want it out. And I see in your report you say it will be at our cost. Well, if they're all dead keen to get rid of it and not leave it where it's safe, per se, why should we bear the total cost? Or should we bear the total cost?
Through the chair, they are our pipes, so they are allowed to be there in the ground, even when they're decommissioned. So we would only look to remove pipes that are in a hazardous place. So they might be shallow and in a access way or something like that, where they could get damaged by heavy machinery, or if they're in a paddock which is getting worked up and they're really shallow, then we would look to address that issue, but it would be on a case-by-case basis. Like, I've been doing this for a long time, and there's very few cases where we've actually had pushback to remove the asbestos cement pipe. The pipe itself and the removal of it creates a hazard. So leaving it in the ground where it is, as long as it's still monitored and effectively maintained by us, makes perfect sense to me anyway.
You've also mentioned that if we used it again, like if we had 100 mil pipe and we're going to throw a 50 mil down and use that existing pipe as a conduit for it, that's pretty cool. We don't have any responsibility for that asbestos per se, because it's still in use.
Yeah, through the chair, we've certainly done that in the past, threaded small diameter pipes through existing asbestos cement pipes and used as conduit. It's certainly something that is factored into how we operate in the future for sure.
Councillor Blackler, then Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you. I just had a question around if there was ever the time when it was appropriate to remove the pipe for whatever concerns. Is there a national kind of accepted standard or procedure that we would just naturally follow around? I'm just thinking about say in the middle of summer you might have a dry soil moisture profile and therefore the pipes might be drier than at another time of year when they would be naturally holding moisture. And I don't know anything about the topic, but I'm just wondering if is there a nationally accepted procedure, or is that something that we should look at developing?
Yeah, through the chair, there is a standard for removing asbestos cement pipes. Certainly in urban environments, if we're replacing an asbestos cement pipe in the same alignment, it gets removed. It is very onerous and very expensive. Like the asbestos needs to be wetted down, the guys need to be kitted up in their full gear. Gone is the day where we used to have different health and safety standards. So there is a national standard for it for sure.
Just a question from Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, a couple, Marty, the policy itself, on page 131 of our agenda, under the background, it talks about, well, it provides background. The last paragraph says, while AC is not a health risk if left buried and undisturbed in the ground, it can cause serious health issues if it becomes exposed and people come in contact with asbestos fibres. I'm just wondering, based on what you've said elsewhere in the report, whether the word airborne asbestos fibres would give clarity and perhaps some assurance to people, because asbestos is such a trigger word. The other question, on page 133, we've got mapping and recording of AC pipe, and proposal or policy number 3 talks about doing it where not already done. The presence and location of in-service and currently out-of-service AC pipe in private land will be added to property files held by council periodically as budget and resources allow, and the same under maintenance of in-service and out-of-service AC pipe. Number 5 talks about as budget and resources allow. That troubles me because this is a significant potential health and safety matter, and I would have preferred us to actually have a timeline to do that rather than just say, oh, we'll do it periodically when we've got a bit of spare cash. So I just wonder if you would consider amending the policy along the lines that I've just suggested.
Through the chair, airborne makes sense. Yes, I agree. Regarding the periodic where we have cash, so effectively what we're not proposing to do it at this point in time, and that what we're doing is allowing for in the future if we choose to undertake that, then we would have to budget for it. So what we're saying is we currently don't have a budget for it, and we're not planning on doing it, but we haven't precluded it.
Thank you. Councillor Holding.
Thank you, Matty. I sort of had, as I was reading, had similar thoughts to Jim just along the budget, and whether or not it needs to establish, like what's been happening under status quo, is it coming out of operational, just maintenance budgets? Because number 7, we're considered to be at risk of exposure to our council. Our council will assess the level of risk at the manager's discretion. So this sort of doesn't give any sort of indication of what costs have been happening or could be happening moving forward.
Yeah. Through the chair, yeah, there hasn't been much cost to date, and it's just been done through existing renewal budgets. If we were going to depart from our current standard practice, which is what we're trying to adopt a policy on, then there'll be significant budget increase, like in the order of 50% increase in doing renewals.
I was just on, while we're on number 7, I was going to suggest that it would be good to see how this policy tracks and what happens over time. Do you think it would be possible to add to number 7 that that's to be reported to council as part of regular council activity updates, which would, I think, satisfy that budget issue and just make sure we're aware.
Yep, sure. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor McCone.
Yeah, look, I would think that these occasions, and Marty can correct me if I'm wrong, don't happen that often. And a lot of time the replacement pipe is running parallel or further out and away from where it is. And the only time you hit it is either, well, let's put it this way, diggers are the best way to find pipelines in the world. And they hit this stuff and it might be a section that's 2 metres long, it might be 20 metres long. So I think we're lining ourselves up for a whole heap of cost we don't need to be. And I think we've got a whole lot of other problems on the table before you even look at this one.
Would you agree, Marty, is the question? Councillor Thompson.
At the risk of being taken out and publicly stoned, I disagree with my colleagues in simply opting for a status quo. We're sitting here in a governance role and we're meant to give strategic direction. Therefore, I see the merits in actually having a policy that instructs staff in a certain way. So I have no problems with us adopting the policy, because going forward, if something occurs, we're not coming back here to discuss the issue. There is a policy on it.
Yeah, I do have a suggestion. Well, first of all, question is with the risk management plan you're referring to, does that include financial analysis?
Correct, it does. Yep.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, what I'd like is for the, that we do have oversight of what the risk management plan is and the communications engagement plan. So we've got an understanding of that. So I'll move from the chair that the council adopts the attached asbestos cement mains pipes policy with amendments, and 2, instructs the chief executive to draft a supporting risk management plan and communications engagement plan for approval by council. Do I have a second? Councillor Thompson, I think you were there by a nose. Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Hopkins, do you have a question or a comment? You've just muted yourself.
Can you hear me? Oh, here we go. I was just going to say, but Councillor Thompson got there first. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Right. Okay. Any other comments? I just think it makes sense. We've got it, and get everything set up and away it goes. And other than understanding how it's working along the way, that should be fine. So with that, I'll put it. Those in favour, please say aye. Those against, that is carried. Right, now we're going to talk about the council submission on the draft government policy statement on land transport, which is on page 135. Right, we'll make this the last bit before morning tea. Who's speaking to us? Josh, thank you.
Thank you, Worship. We're here to seek ratification of a submission on the draft policy statement on national land transport. This has already been sent through after review by our illustrious mayor. We did need to send it off before council had an opportunity to review it, simply because of the tight timeframes that were required through the submission process. You'll see there, we had some key areas that we wanted to highlight that we felt that the national policy statement should include. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I suppose the three aspects that I'd like to highlight specifically, having a national standard for speed limits on unsealed roads. At the moment, it relies on the drivers to drive to the conditions as they need to. Unfortunately, that often means that people either go too fast or don't understand what the conditions are. By introducing a national speed limit on unsealed roads, it does enable some safer driving to occur. And secondly, wanting to have a greater emphasis on education of drivers. At the moment, education of drivers isn't a key tenet of the policy statement. However, with the amount of money that we invest in infrastructure, it is felt overall that we could probably have as much of a benefit by providing driver education as we do through capital investment. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I had thought this was a review room too. I had a look, but yeah. Right. So, any questions on it, Councillor McCone? No. Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd draw my fellow members' attention probably to the map attached. And you'll see that we simply don't have the population down here to have a great deal of presence in the big plans. We continue to lobby, and we've been reasonably effective where we've had alignment across the Otago Southland Transport Group and been able to collectively lobby for things. So I think it's essential that we continue with that. But the bottom line is, unless we're become a noisy child, we'll be just left to play in the back room on our own.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, can you hear me? I hope you can.
Yes.
Look, I probably would have preferred us to make some recommendations regarding reallocation of government funds that took into account the productivity contribution that some of those back roads make. I mean, you know, we tell them we've got 1,800 k's of roading, and an awful lot of overseas earnings depend on those roads actually being available for people to use. So, I mean, you know, I still think I'd like to have seen us bang the provincial drum and bang the support for key elements of our economic activity more vigorously. I noticed we say that we want to have more attention paid to the impacts of climate change, road safety education, and more about active transport, although we don't in our recommendation tell them to give us more money. I do think the two recommendations about the potholes and bitumen supply and the like and the uniformity of speed limits make sense, but you know, our general comments are good. So I can't see that we can. I mean, how can we retrospectively not support what we've already said? Perhaps next time we just got to push harder for the rural roads.
Thank you, Josh, and then Councillor Percival.
Thank you, Mayor Kitcher. I should clarify, sorry, this draft was available within the review room for everyone to make comment on. I sought Gary's approval to submit after it had been in the review room, and we didn't receive any comments. In terms of your statement there, Councillor Hopkins, I would suggest moving forward, we will incorporate that into future submissions. However, given this is a ratification of something already submitted, won't be able to incorporate it at this time.
Okay, Councillor Percival.
Yeah, Josh has preempted what I'm going to say, but if this was sent to the MOT on the 2nd of April, the horses basically bolted that the mayor signed it, read it, approved of it, so all's good. Just saying the horse is bolted.
Just to say again, it was available in the review room and we didn't receive any comments from elected members of the governance team to assist us in refining before submission.
Right, someone like move, we ratify this. Thank you, councillor Thompson, councillor Linwood. Those in favour, please say aye. Against, that's carried. Thank you. We'll have a break for morning tea. We're due back at 10:30, so we've got 9.5 minutes. Right, welcome back, everyone. We'll get things underway again, and I'll just direct you to item 6.7, which is the Local Government New Zealand 4-monthly report for members. And joining us online is Mayor Tim Cadogan. Good morning, Your Worship.
Kia ora, Your Worship, and kia ora to councillors and staff. Great to be given this opportunity. Many thanks.
So we've got Tim here to, he's represents Zone 6 on National Council, so that's the Otago Southland area. And he made the offer to speak to this and answer any questions and so forth. And I thought, given everything that's going on at the moment, a very full agenda that LGNZ has lobbying on our behalf and working on a whole lot of different things, it'd be best to take up his offer. So really appreciate you taking the time out, Tim. And if you want to, I guess, introduce this and then we can go to questions, if that's right.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Mayor Gary. And again, kia ora to councillors. You will have, of course, read the 4 monthly report. So I'm just going to pick on some highlights for myself from that report. Look, I don't think LGNZ's been in a better advocacy space than we are in currently. President Sam Broughton from just up the road in Selwyn is doing a magnificent job of getting out into the public. And you probably picked up just on the matter of a better funding model for local government. He's managed to get 48 media mentions just on that one subject. Or if you want to look at another metric, we've had 458% increase in our social media followers. So it can be very, very hard, as you'll all know, for local government to make inroads into the public conscience. And so we're managing to achieve that. Really, in the last 4 months, or probably just slightly more than that, building the relationship with the new government's been absolutely crucial. And you, like us here in Central Otago, we represent, each of us, around about 0.5% of New Zealand's population. So we don't have a big stick or a big boot to kick in the doors in Wellington. I think Mayor Gary is very effective, and I try to be, in getting in front of MPs and ministers, but we've got regular meetings with at the senior level with President Sam and Susan, the CEO, plus Vice President of LGNZ, Campbell Barry, in front of the Prime Minister. So we're getting right the way to the top and having that impact alongside regular meetings with the Minister of Local Government. And he's somebody who Mayor Gary and I have had a couple of meetings with through LGNZ alongside Mark Patterson. He's spoken at a meeting, Chris Bishop. I mean, these are the people who are deciding the course of local government and deciding the course of the country. And to have the ability to get in front of them, or to at the very least hear what their thoughts are and to have some question time with them, is just absolutely crucial. And LGNZ's doing a great job of achieving that. And I think one of the real wins in that space has been the advocacy that became successful when the Three Waters reforms were going to be, or have been, replaced. But with that building up to that, LGNZ was able to lobby the government to say, hey, that's going to really make it difficult for our long-term plan processes, which led to the 3-month extension, or the opportunity to do the enhanced annual plan this year. I'm not too sure where Waitaki's at with that, but I know that ability to do the enhanced annual plan has been actually a bit of a godsend for us. Future by local government has been a big focus over the last 6 or 8 months, and particularly in the last 4. We know that things have to change. I don't think there's any doubt about that, in the structure, the funding model, many, many other things about the way things have been done since the reforms of 1990. And I think the future by local government, that little word by, it's gone from future of to future by local government, is crucial. We have to work together to find the best way forward, and only through a parent organisation can we do that. If we don't, something's going to change and it'll be done to us, rather than us saying, here's the best way for us to go forward. Our YEM membership, I know that Waitaki has a significantly younger council than Central Otago District, even if that's not reflected in the mayoral level. But the YEM group is very strong and very go forward, which is great to see. And look, I think that's probably just enough of the overview from me, because the real nuggets in this is going to lie in the questions from yourself. So I'll wait for those. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tim. And yeah, I'd forgotten you were younger than me.
It's easy to forget looking at us. That's what you're trying to say, isn't it?
Well, you know, when you look so much like your brother who's older than me, it was, yeah.
That's
Anyway, moving on. Councillors, if you've got any comments, you know, as I said, Tim's our representative on National Council, and so any feedback for him will be welcome, I'm sure, but any questions or comments? Councillor Thompson?
I thought it was appropriate that young Jim got him before OJ. Thank you, Mayor Cadogan. I just wonder whether the fact that you're telling us how well you're doing reflects on how far LG&Z had to come from being the cat that lay with its feet in the air and appeared to do whatever the previous government wanted, to now have to deal with a new tribe in Wellington, that there was only one way to go, and that was upwards.
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Sometimes you gain a lot of social media following because people don't like what you're doing. So hard to pick, Jim, whether it goes that way or the other way. But certainly we do have a new government in Wellington, obviously, and working with that government is what happened with the past National Council and will happen this time. We'll still oppose things and still speak against things the government's doing. But at the end of the day, that's the democratically elected government of New Zealand, no matter what individual councillors' politics are, and yeah, it's really hard to get that balance between working with and combating. So this is, I think, a big part of the increased efforts to engage with membership to find out just how we wish to go forward, which was a big part of the future by local government, the two hui's that happened there. So it's a delicate balancing act, and I take your points on board. Thanks, Jim.
And we'll go to other Jim now, Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mayor Kitcher. I have a couple of questions. Tim, on page 155 of our agenda, the second priority, you say we took a proactive approach to media coverage that outlined our position on Maori wards, which is based on fairness and treating Maori wards the same as other wards. On page 168, in response to surveys and things that you've conducted, you talk, this 4-monthly report identifies a significant increase in Maori councillors and the fact that local government overall is becoming younger, so there are more younger members as well. I'm just wondering if the significant increase in Maori councillors and people involved with local government demonstrates that the need for race-based wards may not be as significant as some have argued, and may warrant local government New Zealand to consider softening its approach. The other questions I have on page 160 of our report, there's a reference to the fact that LG&Z has commissioned NZIER to look at the financial imposts that government places on councils, particularly the impact of and the magnitude of unfunded mandates. And I'm just wondering when we might see that report. And finally, on page 164 of our agenda, there's a reference to a program you've operated. We have been achieving outstanding open rates for keeping it local this year. If you're not receiving keeping it local, which is our key communications channel and goes out fortnightly on Thursdays, I don't think we've seen that, but maybe Gary or Alex or somebody could advise whether that is being circulated to members. So those are my 3 questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. I'll start with the last one first. The email should go directly to all members from Local Government New Zealand, so I'll follow up immediately after this and find out why you're not getting it. It doesn't come via the Mayor or the CEO. It should be coming directly to your inbox. So I'll find out what's happening there. But look, the Maori wards one is an interesting one, and I'm not sure whether that increase in Maori members is partially through having Maori wards or not. But the position that LGNZ has taken hasn't necessarily been one advocating for or against Maori wards. What it's arguing for is a level playing field. And the reason that the referendum ability was overturned by the last government was that it is the one thing that the public can get 5% of. It's the one decision that we all make around the table, that the public can get 5% of people to sign a petition, and we must then go to a referendum to work out whether or not we've made the right decision. All National Council and LGNZ is saying is, if you're going to do that with Māori wards, then why is that the only thing that we're doing it with? Some councils have rural wards, and they go ahead and councillors make the decision that we're paid to do under our own significance and engagement policies and go ahead with it. So it's more about the fairness of whether or not picking out this one decision-making process that we have that is based on a referendum such as that. And the NZIER data, look, off the top of my head, Jim, I've got a feeling I read just recently that that's due in May, but I will follow that up and come back to the council on that one just to ensure that I've got that date right.
Just one supplementary question. I was under the impression that the legislation regarding amalgamation hadn't changed and that was also a matter for referendum. If a council proposed merging with another council, you could still get the 5% of ratepayers and residents demanding a ballot on whether that proceeded or not. Is that still in the legislation? I thought it was.
I'll check that, Jim. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I haven't looked at it because I don't want to merge with anyone.
Oh.
Deputy Mayor Halali.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Mayor Tim. Nice to see you online. I just had a query. You know, like the budget will be announced probably end of May. What are we expecting? You know, like for the in terms of localism. I'm just thinking about the interface with the 9 government targets that we have, and the Mayoral Task Force for Jobs is an example. You know, like of hitting some of those targets that the government and the coalition have prioritised. And then you're wanting kind of longer term contracts and things, not just the 1 to 2 year. But like, what's the feeling, or you know, like, around where we're sitting with that, and what are we going to leverage? What can we expect? And you know, like, what's the planning and thinking around that?
Yeah, that's a very good question and a near impossible one to answer, because whenever you talk to any of the ministers or MPs about the budget, they are entirely appropriately very tight-lipped because they're all in a bidding war themselves to try to get the projects they want in an economic environment where it's very clear that there's going to be a whole lot of stuff taken out rather than things put in. So we don't really know. In terms of Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, though, that is one that I was fortunate enough to present to the backbench of the National Party and a few of the older hands just on localism. And it is seen amongst those folk who were aware of it as a success story. So I would hold hope that you know, babies won't get thrown out with the bathwater. And the other is alongside Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, the one I've been advocating really strongly for continued funding for is the Jobs for Nature or something along those lines that have helped us, and I'm sure you, fight wilding pines to keep that funding in place, because if it goes, then all the work of the last however many years to start to get on top of a problem that is going to destroy so much of our beautiful land and some of our profitable land is going to disappear with it. So yeah, unfortunately for everybody, it's a watch this space, but we are advocating strongly to the appropriate ministers to keep those crucial aspects going.
Councillor Linwood.
Thank you. I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I just want to show my support for the work that LGNZ do, particularly around the YEM group. Councillor Ryan and I were lucky enough to go to the Far North last December for a 3-day hui, and it was amazing. I'm sure she'd agree, but we've built some really strong connections with other elected members. And overall, it's just a really supportive and inspiring space to be involved in. So I want to congratulate them on that.
Thanks very much, Councillor. And the M group is just so crucial to us. You know, we are seeing more younger councillors come in. It's a tough gig at any stage of life to be a councillor, and I think to be a younger councillor and suddenly facing some of what we have to face, having that YEM support around is absolutely crucial. And I know Councillor Tamer Ali from here, still involved in the YEMs. I don't know if it's for much longer, but she's also now the chair of Zone 6. So that gives that extra connection through to the YEMs as well for us Southern representatives.
Thank you. Anyone else? Right. Oh, thank you very much, Mayor Tim. Really appreciate you taking the time of your day to join us and just to elaborate a bit further. Really appreciate the work you're doing as the representative on National Council. So thank you for that and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. It's my absolute pleasure, and welcome the opportunity into the future as well. And hope the rest of your meeting goes well today.
Thank you. All right, councillors, someone like to move? We're just receiving that, are we? I think just need to find the start of that item.
It's formally receives and considers the 4-monthly report.
Right.
There's nothing else.
Okay.
Unless you want to make it.
So, Councillor Linwood, happy to move. Okay. Oh, Jim?
No,
You wanted to move.
I was just going to move it, but no, Courtney's done it already.
Okay, you're allowed to second it. Thank you very much. Okay, so moved and seconded. Any further comments? Okay, put it. Those in favour, please aye. And against, that is carried. Right. Next we have, we need to go to item 6.10. So the notice of motion from Councillor Blackler, which came to us at the last meeting, but we weren't able to progress it then, so it's come to us today. So do you want to speak first, Mr. Pelly? Okay, Councillor Blackler, would you like to speak to this report?
Thank you, Mayor Kircher. Yeah, unfortunately, due to an unplanned absence at the last meeting, I was unable to attend to support the notice motion, but I would like to acknowledge Councillor Thompson for stepping in there on my behalf. You know, I understand there was, you know, a reasonable amount of conversation on this matter at the time, but I guess just from my perspective, the overall intent of the notice of motion comes from a desire to ensure that as a team we're across the full range of potential solutions, and that they've been canvassed, including as outlined in the report, what are more closely defined as acceptable solutions. So and I suppose it's centered primarily around the challenge predominantly in place for schemes that are primarily stock water and a small percentage by volume used for household consumption. But nonetheless, sometimes with quality issues around the intake and whether or not that is actually at a level that's treatable. So I guess the intention behind this document is to just ensure that users of these schemes have a chance to take part in the decision making, and that we're right across the full range of options that are available to us.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions or comments? This is a wee bit, it could be a slightly challenging one, in that basically we're asking, being asked to agree on an appropriate response, and not having had the chance to do any sort of in-depth analysis, happy to just take whatever comments we can get at the moment. So Councillor Thompson, then Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I understand that we still have a visit, or that we're trying to calendar a visit from Te Mana Atawai, which would actually hopefully bring more light to what Councillor Blacklist pointing out to here. Have we had any further movement on a time frame, Mr. Palmer?
So, yeah, I spoke to the Chief Executive, Te Mata Arawai, and initially, he was keen to come down within a couple of week time frame, but actually locking down his diary for that has been difficult to get him down with his team. At the latest, we're looking at the end of May, but I'm working with his team really to see if we can bring that forward so that we can have that in the next few weeks rather than having to wait another month for that. So we haven't got a firm date. We've got a backstop date at the moment, but trying to look at options to bring that further forward.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, my thoughts about this are that the problem that I have is Tim has been diligent and has contacted a source within Te Mata Arawai, maybe a scientist, I'm not sure. But we are definitely getting mixed messages from that organisation or that entity. And if we take the position of officers who have said that they've essentially been told what to do and how to do it, and if we also take into account Mr. Palmley's request at a recent meeting that we indemnify him if we were going to consider disregarding their timeframes and solutions, it is problematic to work out just how open they are, genuinely open they are to solutions other than the ones they have already proposed. And their response to our earlier discussions on this matter at council, their statement that's been released and was covered in the Oamaru Mail last week, that did seem to me to basically say we want multiple solutions or multiple barriers, and we've got a time frame, and more or less do what we say and do it our way and do it to the timelines that we propose. That said, I would be perfectly happy personally to vote for recommendations 2 and 3, and possibly happy to vote for 1. I think 1 is probably arguably an unnecessary burden on the chief executive, because it does appear to be retrospective, and I think the overall independent review of the key matter about water services, I think, is captured in recommendation 2. But as long as the mover accepts that recommendation 1 asks the chief executive to analyse, consider and report on the possible benefits, as long as it's accepted that the chief executive is therefore entitled to say, I have considered the possible benefits, and I don't think there are very many, if any, so I would recommend that this report do not proceed. As long as that's accepted as a possible and perfectly legitimate response, I guess we could certainly, I would with less enthusiasm, vote for all 3.
Thank you. Mr. Palmley.
Yeah, I'd raise in terms of recommendation 1, what I raised last time in terms of, what is the focus of the review? If it's a broad review into the whole of water services, well, we're doing that. We have to do that. We will be required under the legislation that's due to be passed over the next couple of months to set out a new plan for the delivery of water and how we're going to do that and to what extent we'll be doing that in partnership with others. We are in discussions with councils across the South Island in terms of what that might look like, what the opportunities are there. So water is already subject to review in terms of how we deliver it and what the opportunities are to do that more efficiently and to reduce the cost burden with the investment that's required to meet the standards there. I'd also say that water is also subject to our transformation program, as all services are. We said the whole council is in that transformation program, and so it is subject to a review process on that. And my concern would be, unless there's a specific focus for that review, adding something else on top of that. So transforming and looking at the whole future of water with our colleagues across the South Island. It would, I'd be doubtful as to whether I could, meet that and do those other things as well with the resource we've got, but also the impact of the further uncertainty on water and where that review might fit in with the other things that we're already doing. So unless I've misread that, it'd be good to get some further clarification of what the intent of that would be and the focus.
No, I think, the situation you've just outlined, Mr. Plumley, around the works already being undertaken probably satisfy one perfectly acceptably. So, I personally would be happy if 2 and 3 remained. Just, I guess it's over to the will of my peers.
If Tim's moving, I'll second it happily.
We'll just check whether Councillor McCain's got an actual question or comment.
It's a comment more than anything. A lot of this work has been done already by our water department. But I take on board, and I totally agree with what Tim's doing in the respect that an independent eye might be far more beneficial as well. So you have two parties, because if we look at the long-term annual plan, we're looking at $480 million over a 10-year period. So if there's something to be picked up in that, or an easy way to do it, or a different perspective from an independent outside the area, let's bring it on.
So just to respond to that, I think you'd be paying twice for advice. We have independent water expert consultants who provide us advice on these solutions and what is the best and most economical solution to meet the requirements set out in the legislation that satisfies Tomato ROI. We're having continuous discussions with Tomato ROI in terms of what acceptable solutions are. So if you're happy to pay for the same advice twice from a different provider, then that's fine. But we do get independent advice already. That's the process we go through to make sure that we get the most economical solution that meets the standards.
I'll leave it there.
Okay. Councillor Blackley, are you in a position to move what you want to move?
Yes, I would. I guess I would move the recommendation 1, 2, and 3 being the appropriate response being that that we adopt items 2 and 3 of the recommendation under the notice of motion document itself.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay. Speaking to that.
I'll just say I've already spoken as to my feelings on that by way of introduction to this matter.
Okay. So is everyone clear what we're voting on? So there's 1, 2, and 3 on the recommendations, page 213, and then they relate to the notice of motion, the actual notice of motion 2 and 3 on page 215. Correct. Yeah. Okay. Right. So with that, if there's no further speakers to it, I'll put it. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
And against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Blackley, for the work you've put into this. And yeah, good to have you back in the chamber to be able to address it today. Okay, so I've just been working away on what the order of things is. We've got left. We've got next agenda item 11:30. the support Waitaki annual report, and then the followed by the Waitaki Community Rec Centre. So we've got half an hour, so we can go into public excluded and deal with some items on that. We haven't got anything else. Yeah.
So we have to reconvene again.
Mhm.
And to set up another one.
Could we go in the lounge? Discussion, do you think?
That's what we'd have to do to be able to continue to resolve those items.
Yeah. Okay, well, what we'll do is we will go into public excluded, and there's just for members of the public, there's a couple of ways of dealing with that, because we have an issue with the live stream still continuing when we're still in the same room, and us being able to address public excluded matters. So the challenge is either we need to finish this live stream and then start a new one for from 11:30. The other is whether we can go to the council lounge and have these PE discussions. So the next step will be that we will go into public excluded. We've got 2 sets of minutes and one report, which is on water services procurement. Someone move, we go into public excluded. Councillor Ryan, Deputy Mayor Halalali. Those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. I'll leave it to the staff to make a decision as to whether this live stream finishes and a new one has to start, or whether it's going to be a continuation. Thank you very much. And we should be back at 11:30. Right, welcome back. So we're back into public session for this council meeting, and we're now on item 6.8, the Sport Waitaki annual report. And welcome, Owen. Good to see you. And we've got a new Sport Waitaki coordinator. So, Owen, if you'd like to do the introductions, and we'll go from there. Just pop the microphone on, just to use the silver button on the right-hand side.
Good to go. Cool. Thank you very much. Yeah, my name's Owen Booth. Those of you who I haven't met before, I have done a couple of these, so I see a few familiar faces. I'm the general manager of programs at Sport Otago. And yeah, we've got Sarah Harding with me today. Sarah is our new Sport Waitaki coordinator. I'm taking over from Pip about 5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yep, cool. So the report that we're talking to today is actually the 2022-2023 report. So it is a little bit older. So most of the work obviously in that done by Pip. So if we are a little bit hazy on any of the content, bear with us. Sarah's just going to talk through some of the highlights from that year, probably introduce yourself a little bit as well. Obviously some questions, and then I will wrap things up at the end. So yeah, over to you.
Hi guys, I'm Sarah. I'm originally from Kura, and I went to primary school there, and then I moved to Dunedin for high school. Went to uni and did my PE degree, and then at the end of my PE degree, I started a part-time job at Sport Otago as the community activator, and led the PALS program, which I will talk through a little bit later. Yeah, and then I've ended up back in Oamaru in this role. Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome. I didn't mention you, Lindsay. So we've got Parks Manager Lindsay Hyde here as well, who oversees that relationship with Sport Waitaki. Do you have anything to add before we go into the details?
Definitely not. I was
No,
just
okay.
introduce you to these fine people.
Yeah, right.
Wider group, so we've already done that, so we'll be back.
Thanks very much. So, yep, we'll get into the details. The presentation you pop up. Councillor Hopkins, you've got hand went. You've got your hand up again, right? Did you have something?
Yeah, I just had some questions, but are we going to have a presentation first?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully they'll answer all of your questions. Right. Floor is yours.
We go to the next slide. Sorry, that's just the title page. So we'll start with the highlights. So in 2023, there were 16 schools participating in the PALS program with 165 students trained. So the PALS program is a program which we call the Physical Activity Leaders. And this is where we train primary school students, ideally between year 5 to year 8. And they get leadership, communication, inclusion training, and behaviour management training. And then from there, they go back to their schools, and they are meant to be, so they get the choice within their school of how they run the program, whether the kids run games at lunchtime, run events, or anything like to help the kids in their school get active. And then Pip was involved in developing and launching the Waitaki app. The Waitaki Colour Dash was held in 2023, and there was 309 participants. With Te Manawa, we granted 11 organisations with a total of $71,029.29. And a couple of examples of what some of them did with this money was the North Otago Primary Principals Association got their funding to help cover the cost of travel for the enabler days, which I'll go into more detail about soon. And Pembroke School used their funding to get more equipment for tamariki to play with at lunchtime, playtime, and then to help them set up some girl-only events. The Skeggs Foundation, 14 talented athletes were granted $3,680. And then Sporting Chance, there was 90 grants were made through Sporting Chance for a total of $11,306 to assist with disadvantaged children to participate. We'll go to the next slide. So the enabler days. So these enabler days were targeted at children who don't normally participate in sport because of things such as sensory overload, they can't follow the rules, or physical disabilities. So we had these 2 days per term, and they started out with 8 kids, and this increased to 16 students in the third session. PIP supported the North Otago primary and secondary school events. An example of how PIP helped was at the Upper Waitaki Junior Athletics. She ensured that the activities that were being run kind of replicated the same activities that were done in the older athletes, so the younger kids. There was trying to close that gap between skill levels. We started a junior volleyball competition to stop kids from having to travel all the way to Timaru to play. Currently workshops for kayako on health and physical education. Most Waitaki primary schools were present in these. Supporting senior leadership teams in schools with long-term planning and reflection of physical activity within their school. Setting up the Manaakitanga pods at Te Pakahi o Oamaru, and perceptual motor development at Pembroke School. We re-envisioned the annual Rural Schools Year 8 Leadership Conference at Iona, so the kids weren't just sitting around listening to things all day and then playing a game that was irrelevant. So Ellen changed this so the game kind of represented what they were learning. And then we supported the Ngā Tonga Tākaro, which is traditional Māori games for kayako and ran these games at recent whānau hui by Te Ao Māori. And then the Network Waitaki Sports Awards in 2023 for the 2022 athletes. There was 167 attended. The speaker was Ben Lott. Logan Doherty took out the top spot. And the Hall of Fame person for that year was Abe Luxon. A couple of challenges from the 2022-2023 year was, one of the big ones was funding for swimming. So the schools without a pool need funding to travel to and from the aquatic centre, and they need to be able to fund money so they can use the aquatic centre. Therefore, it became a really big expense. An example was one school, like, for example, Western, it would cost them roughly $1,000 a day to get their students to and from and for the usage of the pool. So this made it a really big expense for them just to get their kids into the pool to be swimming. The Sport Waitaki steering group, PIP started the steering group in the Waitaki, and the aim was to have local people in the group to steer the way Sport Waitaki worked. The meeting started monthly and then went to termly, and in the end it ended up stopping altogether. The reason for this was that PIP was finding that people were coming to her with issues, concerns before or after the meeting. So she'd already built those connections that people were willing to bring up any issues or concerns that they had. And then what's next for Sport Waitaki is the play box. Just want to keep pushing play within the area. More active rec for youth and families, as there's more frisbee golf courses, for example, going up or wanting to come up, like doing days for them so people can learn how to play, and having more have a go days so that kids can have a go in different active rec sports that potentially they aren't getting the chance to play. Quarterly workshops for clubs, organisations, rangatahi, so they can learn new things or learn about things such as concussion, strapping forums, inclusion training workshops from Halberg, coaching, help. The Voice of Rangatahi survey. I really want to push this. it'd be really helpful to get the voice of the rangatahi of why they're not being active, what their reasons are, and what we can potentially do to help smaller that gap. Keep pushing the donation drive. The donation drive is where people drop off old equipment that they're not using anymore, and then we give that back or give it to people who need it, want it, that can't potentially maybe afford buying brand new gear. The recurring enabler days is something that I'd like to keep. This just gives those kids that potentially can't participate normally in the classroom for various reasons an opportunity to participate and try new things. And then Te Manawa applications increasing, just keep pushing them for more play, more active rec and more sport in the area. Yeah. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Right. There's your opportunity for questions, councillors, or feedback. Jim, did you have anything?
I did. I did have a couple of questions. First of all, congratulations on the report, and also on getting that additional funding for travel and so on. You talk about on page 178 of our agenda, how you've got more money from OCT. And congratulations on that. Question one, can flipper ball, which appears to be quite popular, can that be played at the new sports and event centre when it's open? The other question, you talk about going to a couple of schools and helping the police with road safety. If you could explain what Sport Waitaki did in that context. But most particularly, you talk about, at the very start of your report to us, you talk about play streets. First of all, what are they? Your report says a regional coordinator has completed a play streets application which has been accepted by the council. And I'm not aware of any such report or any such acceptance, or the fact that Waka Kotahi is leading the charge for play streets. So could you just give us a bit more information about those things, please?
Well, we'll have a crack. So the first part was flipper ball. So the new rec centre doesn't have a pool, does it? So no, the new rec centre we won't be able to play flipper ball in the pool. Flipper ball is played. It's almost like it's like water polo, but I guess for want of a better term, watered down for younger people. Play streets, I can talk to play streets. So again, because this is an older report, 2022, 2023, where we put an application process in for play streets. That event has actually happened. I'm not sure of the process around what was required of council in terms of signing that off, but obviously there needed to be some sort of consent process that we went through. So Pope, our coordinator, went through that process, whether that was with staff or through councillor level, I'm not 100% sure. But effectively what the play street was, it was basically a community-based event, lots of different types of equipment out, encouraging your neighbours to come out and connect around physical activity, basically taking over, I think it was a cul-de-sac. As I said,
I think it was Dacre Street.
Yeah, it'll be in the next report that we produce. So yeah, I can't answer the question around approval from council. I'm not 100% what process.
Essentially, we close off the street for a bit and place stuff on the street like we used to be able to do.
Cool. And I'm sorry, Councillor Hopkins, the second question of what was the second one there? I think I missed one.
It was just how did you help the police? You went to a couple of schools and helped the police with road safety. I was just curious to know what you've done there.
Yes, so Pip's got our work has got a background in bike skills training. So my understanding around the work she did in that space was around assisting with bike skills. So from a road safety perspective, it's the road rules when you're on a bike, crossing the road safely, indicating turns and those sorts of things.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Halalali.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for your report. Really good to see a lot of the outcomes that you've achieved. I just had a question just in regards to the grants, the sporting chants and the skigs and the two manawa. What are we expected to see in terms of a decrease in the new financial year? Do you know what
Hopefully not. They're all it's all an application-based process. In terms of Te Manawa, we are waiting to hear. Sport New Zealand is it's a separate Te Manawa fund, so they grant us money annually. to distribute out across Otago. We don't know what that allocation yet is. There's a lot of government departments obviously having to make cuts at the moment. So we're a little unclear as to what that is. Normally it's around about 700,000 a year that we have to distribute annually across Otago, and then it's an application-based process. So I'd expect that figure of 71,000 to vary across the course of the year. But from a percentage basis, that's probably what we're looking at, probably about 10%. So that's good in terms of overall population. For Otago, I think that's probably quite close. I think we're 220,000 across the whole of Otago. So perhaps maths isn't quite great, but I think that's okay. In terms of the other ones, again, Sporting Chance, those applications come through the likes of mostly the high schools. I know Waitaki boys, Waitaki girls put through a lot of applications there. Generally it peaks for the winter season. So we get a lot number of applications that are sort of coming through now. There's ebbs and flows, but I wouldn't expect significant decreases either way.
Thank you. And Councillor Blacklow.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I just had a question about the challenges you mentioned around swimming, and I was just keen to understand what we know about the weighting or the importance that those school programs have on outcomes for people's ability to swim over time, and then I guess second to that, what are schools doing as a solution to that problem, and I guess that is that still leaving a shortfall that needs to be addressed?
Yeah, so Water Skills for Life program, Water Safety New Zealand obviously provide some funding for this. In terms of the challenges, the schools themselves, it's in curriculum time. So there's obviously a history with swimming, and whereby teachers over a long period of time have delivered those courses, the types of training, and then that's morphed now into private providers as teacher qualifications or teacher capability has sort of dropped off. And I guess we see it not just in swimming, but in physical education as a whole. The confidence of our teachers to deliver physical education within the curriculum has waned over a number of years now. For swimming in particular, obviously it's it's a specialised skill. So those costs associated with having to travel to a pool, then to cover the costs of the lessons is difficult. It's a challenge because we need to work on it. We don't have a solution for it at this stage. We are in conversations at the moment with Otago Community Trust around potential funding, early discussions about whether there's potential funding for them to subsidise some of that cost. Unfortunately, I think Councillor Hopkins mentioned at the start the Rural Travel Fund he was referring to, whereby Council provides money to via Sport New Zealand to provide subsidy around travel. That can't apply to the swim programs because it's for competition-based sport, so that can't be used. So there's a real funding hole around it, and that's why it's a challenge.
Councillor Ryan.
Just a quick comment really to say thank you for the report, and I just wanted to acknowledge the incredible work of Pip. She's made such an incredible contribution to our community through that role, and welcome to the team. I've already heard positive comments about what you're doing, so really looking forward to seeing what you can achieve as well. But no, thank you for all the work that you're doing in the recreation space in Waitaki.
Right. With that, we'll get someone to move that we receive the information. Thank you, Councillor Ryan, Deputy Mayor Halalele. Those in favour, please say aye. Against, that's carried. Thank you very much, and Sarah and Lindsay for coming in. Sarah, all the very best. Hopefully Councillor Ryan's talking up of the last coordinator hasn't put you off. No, inevitably, we've had a few changes of coordinators over the years, and inevitably whoever comes along brings their own flavour to what they do and so on. And like Councillor Ryan, I have heard some good positive stuff already about what you're doing, so keep doing it. And welcome back to Waitaki District, and hopefully you have a very long and happy time as the Sport Waitaki coordinator.
Thank you.
Thanks, Owen. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And just finally for me, just thanks on behalf of Sport Waitaki and Sport Waitaki for the ongoing support of council. We really appreciate the support you give for the role. And just to plug too for your staff, you know, we always find your staff to be really proactive in terms of working with us to set the agenda for the next year ahead. So we'll be sitting down with Lindsay and the team pretty soon to look at Sarah's management plan, look at what went well, what didn't go so well, and then set that agenda going forward. So it's a really a good process that we have in place. So thanks to the team and thank you all.
Thank you. Right, councillors, on to the next report. The Waitaki Rec Centre reports, and we have Di Talanoa joining Lindsay this time. And so welcome back to the chamber, Di. Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
And just when you're ready, feel free to go for it.
I'll just make a start. Obviously, Sport Otago and the Waitaki Rec are doing their annual reports. So yeah, Diane, I'm just here for my looks. So everything else is really in your hands. So
Well, I'm not
floor
here
is
for my
yours.
looks, so there we go. Great. Tēnā koutou katoa, called Diane Talanoa Aho. I'm the manager at the Waitaki Community Recreation Centre. And so this is our report for 2022-23. So we've got you've got an annual report and the copy of our performance report as well. And I can talk through some things, and I'd really welcome any questions that you might have. I guess the key things that the report really provides is perhaps an illustration of the breadth of the work and the different activities that go on through the recreation centre, all the sorts of different things we do, the different groups that we work with. You might hear some similar things that you just heard from Sport Waitaki, because we work closely with Sport Waitaki. So that we have partnerships with quite a few things with them, which is great. You know, we were, I guess the 2022-23 year was building on coming back, like for everybody really, in terms of what had happened with all of the COVID situation, etc. So our hire hours were of the centre were about 30% up on the previous year, and we still had ongoing cancellations, and we still had ongoing hangover of you know, less people being engaged, all those sorts of things. But we certainly were looking at being on the way up. So that was a great outcome, I guess, for that 12 months. You know, event hire, it just shows some of all the different activities and things that we have. I'll go through maybe we'll look at the PowerPoint, and that will illustrate some of the things that I've got in the written report as well. So maybe I'm kind of referring to both of those. So our first objective is to provide an indoor recreational facility to meet the community's indoor sports needs. And so, as I said, that's quite comprehensive. We've got a lot of different sports and things that we cover. I think over, I can't remember the number now, but there's a wide range of sports and activities that go on, and not just sporting activities, but also we have social and cultural activities as well. Basketball is a big user of the rec centre, not only in the North Otago basketball, also the Filipino Waitaki Inc. Basketball League. They play a summer season at the rec centre. They also play a few seasons up at the Waimati Centre as well now. One of the key things about them, I think, is the whole community aspect of that. And that's one of the things that I particularly love about the rec centre, is that it's about community and social cohesiveness of people coming together. And I think that's, as we all know, physical activity is really important. And I'm sure everyone in here in this room has plenty of physical activity, but there are a lot of people out there who don't do anything. And so we're really keen to encourage all sorts, whatever form it may take. So it's physical, but it's also really importantly social and relational stuff that goes on. So and we get a lot of feedback from people, and that's what it's about. So like the Filipino community, everyone from the little kids right through to the grandparents, it's very comprehensive. It brings a lot of people who live more rurally and isolated, so it's a really good way of bringing people together. So we run a mixed social basketball league as well. And there's about 850 hours of individuals just coming in and bouncing a ball around over that year. Lots of informal group hire, and then North Otago Basketball also use it for rec practices, coaching and ref clinics, etc. Volleyball is regular community group hire, and we were involved with that Tūmanawa Fund with the Rangatahi Volleyball. So we worked with them and held the money and did some administration around that just to make that happen. And so we work closely with Sport Waitaki for that. And indoor football, they run their couple of weeks seasons, that's been ongoing. And that's fairly brutal sport, as Honorary Mayor Kircher knows. I've seen him with a very red face coming out of indoor football. Yes. The Tai Chi, 4 classes a week, that's gone on for many years, and lots of really good health benefits around that as well, plus that social interaction as well as the physical benefits of that. Margaret, who's 80 something, she still takes those classes there. She's pretty amazing. So yeah. Taekwondo, 2 club nights a week. My understanding is that that's the only Taekwondo club now. There used to be a couple of clubs in town, but there's a couple there, and they're also really great at, they contribute to a holiday program, run sessions on that as well. Netball, use it for netball club practices and stuff. Occasionally, they might play some of their games in there if there's problems with, the weather and the surface. That happens a little bit, not a lot, but we have had a few of their competition games there. And netball run their development camps and netfit, all those sorts of things. So other sports, badminton, dance, rock climbing, cricket, rugby, table tennis, gymnastics, kendo, karate. Have you ever seen that? They wear these back robes and these big masks, and they have big sticks that they gracefully hit each other with. It's fantastic, yeah. So that's bringing together Canterbury and Otago. They come together and have a regional tournament. Tennis, football, futsal, which is kids playing indoor football, touch, bike skills, river rugby, golf, hockey, kia rahi, a Māori game, target shooting, pickleball, cardio tennis, and other things as well. So there's quite a range that. Yep. Still on objective 1, providing the indoor recreational facility. So tournaments, small ball rifle shooting, an annual year 7 and 8 basketball 3-day tournament every year, North Otago table tennis tournament, Tuvalu volleyball ran a tournament, Kendo Karate ran theirs, we had a new spiritual movement dance workshop. Expos included the Clued Up Kids, which perhaps many of you will be familiar with, which is bringing a whole lot of different programs together where the kids come in and do an expo and they learn about gun safety, fire safety, water safety, etc. Events and activities, along with Sport Waitaki, where I'm part of the North Otago Sports Bodies Association, so we're really involved with the Network Waitaki Sports Awards and the Waitaki Sports Hall of Fame. We had musical theatre on Roo, had practices at the rec centre for their School of Rock, but you weren't allowed to look in the window because you might see, because it was all secret until they actually had their show. It was pretty amazing. North Otago Pacifica Cluster had their Fair Night, which is huge, and so it's all of the local schools, and they honour their Pacifica kids and do some amazing dances and cultural presentations. The Latter-day Saints ran their church conference there, local Pacific Island culture group, Tongan craft exhibition, which was pretty amazing. You can kind of just see that one gym was just packed full of all these amazing mats, and it was just beautiful. It was just lovely, yeah. And we had birthday parties, Christmas parties, etc. More things, health and wellness, and we enhance occupational therapy, use our facilities from time to time, and we presented at the Honorary Pacific Island Community Group Health Expo. Competitions, we have North Otago Basketball, Filipino Basketball, Rec Centre Mixed Social Basketball, and a Football Waitaki. They're regular competitions that run all the time, and then there are other ones on top of that. We had just over 100 hours of cancellations due to COVID in that year, but that was certainly a lot less than the previous year. Objective 2 is for us to provide a range of recreation programs to meet the needs of a wide community cross-section and to promote community health. So I've already talked about the importance of physical activity and social interaction. The Active Kids Holiday Program, we run it every school holidays, and it's hugely popular. And so yes, it provides activities for kids. It gives clubs and groups an opportunity to get kids involved in their sport or their activities. So it's a way of perhaps recruiting kids and families to that sport, and it also creates leadership opportunities. We have some amazing high school kids who provide leadership for the kids in that program, and yeah, so it's a really good program. And we run a creche 6 mornings a week, so that enables parents to have their kids there while they undertake activities at the rec centre. We run a senior strong program. It's well South approved and under Live Stronger, Live Longer. That runs weekly, and we run a whole range of group fitness classes, boot camps, etc. We partner with the North Otago section of the New Zealand Alpine Club. So on the next one, the climbing wall and the bouldering wall, the Alpine Club volunteers they build the walls and maintain them. They run club nights twice a week, and they run sessions for other groups as well. And they've built a bouldering wall in there as well, which is since the time we're open, and it's a hugely popular sport and hugely growing sport in everywhere around the world in New Zealand. So it's great to have that facility at the rec centre. And it's great that those guys, volunteers, a very small group of them, keep that active and keep it going. Objective 3, to ensure that our facilities are safe and professionally maintained. So obviously all the usual compliance and regulatory requirements, and some of the maintenance things, some carpet, we had to trust our contribution towards that, and replacement of some of our equipment in some of the fitness areas, heat pump in the kitchen, which is also used as a meeting room, replace the foyer and entrance roof panels, and we've had ongoing work on the gym floors. We got the gym floors redone and repainted, etc. But we had some remedial work to be done with that, so we'd scheduled that. New car park lines, and we're planning on a major project to replace the external cladding of the building. So that's something that I'm working on in the background at the moment, and that's hoping to get that underway within the next 12 months. So we'll, that's for us, that's a significant cost. We're looking at talking to lottery, etc. Community trust, etc., around funding. We've got some funds of our own, and we'll be looking for more funding towards that as well. And that will absolutely future-proof the building ongoing, because, well, we believe there really is a place for the building as we move into the future with the new event centre. Objective 4, to improve our profile and reputation through high-quality customer service and sustaining partnerships with local organisations. So we've got a stable professional workforce, supportive and knowledgeable governance board. When we have lots of collaborative partnerships, a lot of collaboration with Sport Waitaki. We were involved with their Share the Gear project that Sarah was talking about as well. North Otago Sports Bodies Association with the annual sports awards, and the Sports Hall of Fame, which is currently sited at the rec centre. And for those of you that don't know, we kind of reinvigorated that a few years ago and have really got that going. So now that, because it had been sort of sitting dormant for about 10 years, so now it's underway and a key part of our annual calendar. Lots of relationships with sports groups, schools and community groups. We have a lot of different groups come in, some church-based groups. We have a lot of different Pacific Island groups who make really good use of the centre. It's great to have all those different guys in there. We provide some expertise and lend equipment to local groups. I'm a member of the New Zealand Rural Travel Fund that we were talking about, that Sport Waitaki were talking about. Been a key organiser of the Multicoloured Dash event, which raises funds for Sporting Chance. And yes, that's not essentially indoor sports, but it is about community being involved and engaged in activity. And we partner with the Alpine Club, obviously, to run the climbing walls. And objective 5, to ensure the centre is financially sustainable. That's always tricky, but yeah. We had a bit of a deficit in that 2022-23 year. We have the usual financial contributions from Waitaki Girls High School, and some collaborative partnering with them, which means we can get some things at a less expensive than we would if we were just doing it on our own. Generous sponsorship from the Waitaki District Council, and active sourcing of funds to assist with facilities and programs. For example, we had funds and grants from JW Christie, Colin Jones Trust Power during that financial year. I would normally have had perhaps more grants than that, but we were holding some funds for the ongoing. We did all the new lighting in the gym and all the floors, and that was an ongoing project. So while I still held those funds, I couldn't apply for more at that time. So we have some sponsorship from Laser Plumbing, Spick and Span, and Subway Oamaru. And yes, thank you for your support. we look forward to a positive year. And your ongoing support in 2023-24, we're well underway in that year. So thank you for that. So I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Di, and thanks for a lot of great detail in there. Just goes to show just how broadly the centre is used, not just by sports, but by so many other things. So, yeah, well done to you and the team. Just acknowledge Councillor Ryan, who's the trustee that we have appointed to the board, and who's, yeah, it's another commitment for her. But Rebecca, I just wonder if you've got anything you want to add at all from a trust perspective.
Not too much. Just that it's I really enjoy being part of the trust. There's a great group of people involved in the governance space. There's definitely some challenges that the rec centre's facing going forward, but they've been really everyone's been really proactive and I guess coming up with ways to future-proof the facility and keep things going. And yeah, like it's great. Yeah, thank you for the report, Di. It's great to see how much you're involved with. Really interesting. There's been recently published research that I have highlighted with councillors last year that the social return on investment, there's been a social return on investment study that's found that for every dollar spent on play and active recreation and sport, there's a social return of $2.12 to New Zealand. So for every dollar invested in play, active recreation and sport, the social return is more than doubled. And you can see what sort of impact you're having in that space as well. So thank you, Di.
Thank you very much. Right, questions. Councillor McCone, then Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, commend you on that report and for what you're doing for the sporty people of the district. So well done and keep it up. It's great. However, it's a financial question more than anything, and whether you'll be able to help or not. It's on page 199, and it's notes on the performance report. It just states in number 2. There's a registered first mortgage over the property of 240,000. Is that paid off, or is it a facility, or what is it?
Yes, I had that question too when I first looked at these reports. Apparently it's just something they put in the report. It's something to do with the bank. Does anybody know? Sorry, I'm showing my ignorance here, but it's not anything. No, there is no mortgage or anything. It's something, it's some accountancy magic talk. I'm not sure. Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably been raised, but I can't recall what it will be.
Yeah, I did say the accountant said it was just a banking thing. Sure.
And Mr. Hope's not putting his hand up, so I'm not sure that he can recall what it is either. But anyway, no, definitely no mortgage. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, thank you, Gary, and thank you, Diane, for that really comprehensive report. And it's amazing and fascinating to see how much activity is undertaken at the centre. I have a couple of financial questions, and they do relate to some things that may be a bit troubling, and I want to know if you think they are. But first of all, you've talked about funding from the Waitaki Girls High School. On page 201 of our agenda, we've got 4 items. They fund physical education, electricity, wages, maintenance and equipment. And that comes to a total I make of $15,513. Is that the total contribution the school makes? That's question 1. The next question, if we go to page 193 of the report, I see that your members are down from 150 to 123. Is that worrying to you? And then looking at the next page, you had a deficit last year of just over 1,000. This year it's 21,900. I notice that donations and grants are down dramatically by about 38,000, and your other revenues also down from 59 to 23. You have explained to some extent why you weren't able to seek some grants. But is that membership decline and the reduction in other revenue, is that a harbinger of harder times to come, or is that a matter of concern to you guys?
Thanks, Councillor Hopkins. I don't know if I'll remember all your questions, but just with regard to the grants, donations, etc., some of that was some of the COVID subsidy funding that we had got the previous year was probably significant over the previous couple of years, so that made a major difference. In terms of the The membership, yes, it's always a concern when we have a decreasing membership. However, that's a small part of what we do, and the membership is user pays. And so, yes, we want to build that, because the more that people come in, the more they can see what's there, and the more they might use things that are there and utilise the other parts of the building. If they maybe come in for a group fitness class, they might go, oh yeah, I want to have my birthday party here, and we'll bring the bouncy castle and we'll hire the gym for a couple of hours, for example. Yes, this is nearly a year ago, so the membership is on its way back up again significantly, which is great. What was the other question? Sorry.
Waitaki Girls High School funding. On page 201, there are
The school funding. Yeah, my page numbers differ to yours, so I'm not sure exactly which page we're on. But so Waitaki Girls High pay an annual kind of PE grant somewhere between 8 and 10, I think, and then there's another for another equipment type grant that's 2 or 3K. I can't remember exactly what it is from that financial year. Plus they pay 60% of the utilities, like the gas and the electricity, as well, towards the running of the building.
The figures on page 201 of our report come to a total of 15,513, and I'm really just asking, is that the sum total of the school contribution?
Oh, thanks. Page 13. So it's showing the PE, the Waitaki Girls High PE grant, electricity, wages, maintenance and equipment. Yes. My understanding is that is, yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Blackler?
Thank you. I just had it's been touched on lightly already about, the potential challenges you guys are possibly going to have going forward with the sport and event centre, and how there's going to be an obvious need for a pivot, and so there's not a double up in what's being offered. If we look at the 2,000 hours of court hire, is that where the predominant issue is? Is that where things are going to hurt the hardest, do you think? And is that primarily related to the $55,000 of hall hire, or does it make up the income elsewhere?
Thank you. Yes, going forward with the new event centre, that will impact the use of the courts at the rec centre, absolutely, and so it will impact on the higher income, the higher HIRE income, yeah, which will be lower. So our board's currently looking at how, moving forward into the future, and how configurations might change so that the rec centre can still continue to operate, and would still be looking to have some support from the council on an ongoing basis. That's what the board would be requesting, and looking at how we're obviously, well, maybe not obviously, but things like staffing, etc., would need to change, because you wouldn't need the same kind of level of staffing, etc., because there'd be a different kind of operation, or lesser operations going on. It could just be done differently. It might be booked online, all those sorts of things, so that you wouldn't have the same. So some of your ongoing costs would definitely be reduced.
So just supplementary, thank you for that. So you're feeling comfortable or confident that there's a reasonable solution there to be landed on to make it a viable proposition going forward?
Definitely, yes. Yes. I mean, it will be re-looking at the costings and the expenses, and looking at what that income might be, because the rec centre would be in addition to what was happening out at the event centre. So obviously that sort of thing is going to be going on at the event centre and the rec centre. There will still be a place for supporting what else is going on. That's my understanding of the board's belief. Councillor Ryan, have you got anything to add to that?
I was just going to add, part of the work that the board has done is, and when Di has led, is surveying current users to get an idea of whether they would be likely to move out to the new centre or not. And there have been a good number of those. The new centre doesn't meet some of the needs of the existing users. So there's different, like obviously the Alpine Club would remain at the rec centre. There's other sports that require like the four walls around the court. So they would still be using the rec centre. So there's some, there are, you know, there's some sports that will continue to be using the rec centre, a good number of them, despite, yeah, the new facility being open.
I think it's very much a case of working together and making sure that, you know, we find the areas where actually the rec centre is going to be the best venue versus the event centre might be the best venue for certain things. So, yeah, I mean, I think as council we need to encourage that as we go through and progress the event centre, that we make sure that we've, you know, that the rec centre's got its niche and can still operate in there in a sustainable way. Lindsay, did you want to say? Okay, you just popped your microphone back on. That was all. Okay, well, thank you very much, Di, for coming in, and really appreciate the very good report. Like I said, it's really interesting seeing all the different types of activities happening there. And, you know, one of the things we noticed going around some of the other centres and so on was all these new sports that are popping up and so on. And so, you know, there are new opportunities coming along, not just, you know, sharing the existing opportunities. So thank you very much for all the work that you do. It's appreciated. And the rec centre has had was it 33 years or something it's been going, I think. Must be getting up 34 years. Anyway, it's had a very good place in the community, and hopefully it will continue to do so. So with that, councillors, someone would like to move we receive the information. Deputy Mayor Halalei, Councillor Ryan, thank you. Those in favour, please say aye. Those against, that is carried. Right, thanks very much, everyone. And we're going to adjourn for lunch, and we will be reconvening in public meeting at 1 p.m. So we'll be back for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Ketchup. I'll bid everyone goodbye.
Thanks, Jim. Right, good afternoon and welcome back to this council meeting. So welcome back to councillors and staff and to members of the public. We also welcome the chair and the two joint CEOs of Waitaki District Health Services. So welcome to the three of you. So we've basically just got the one item left of public agenda, and that's item 6.6, receipt of the Waitaki District Health Services Limited half-year report. So just talking to Mr. Neil just now, the financial information is quite sparse, and I haven't talked to staff yet. I haven't asked whether there was something missing out of there, but anyway, I will get you to address the report and such as this, but perhaps address that as you discuss that. Thank you. Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, Your Worship. The financial results as presented are a mirror of the ones that we had presented in the past. So this is what we had presented the previous year, and so we followed the same format. It may be that for the full year accounts, what you had been seeing was our internal management accounts for those at the time that those were being presented. But for the half year results, we've always provided a summary. So looking back, so we just followed the template for that. It's always difficult around when you summarise the costs of a hospital, which bits you include and which bits you don't include. You may recall back to when we'd signed off the budget for the year when we presented to council last year, that we had been allowing for a deficit of around about $1.5 million for the trading year, that we were relatively relaxed at the time that we were signing that off because we had undertakings and assurances from Whāora Health New Zealand at the time that they would be making a contribution to that. Plus at the time we were reasonably well off in terms of our medical staffing, but our nursing staffing numbers were recovering from where they had been about this time last year. Shortly after the budget year had begun, and I think if you remember back to the time, council very kindly provided us a provision to support our way through the deficit while we worked our way through the ongoing discussions with Health New Zealand at the time. So as the year unfolded, you will recall back to last year, we had 3 occasions when the ED needed to close, and it didn't need to close because we simply could find no doctors anywhere in the country to fill those shifts, 2 nights over one weekend and 1 night at a different time. So those were the 3 times that we were closed. And as a result of discussions we'd had with senior operations managers inside Te Whāora at that time, they had basically said that they would cover us for locum costs to fill whatever shifts we needed because they couldn't operationally assign doctors to us and felt the mechanism was better dealt with through the locum costs. Through the period July to December, 48% of our medical shifts had to be filled by locums, and about 20% of all of those locum shifts had to be filled at over $300 an hour when the previous going rate had been about $180 an hour. So that led to a situation by Christmas, and it's since carried on following Christmas, although at a much reduced rate because we have additional doctors. But by Christmas, you can see from the financials here and our report text around that we were over budget by about $850,000 in respect to those locums. The question's been put about why did we do that? And why did we meet them? Well, first of all, we had an undertaking from Te Whāora that they would be meeting those costs. And in the second instant, if we hadn't gone ahead and filled those with locum things, then the ED would have had to close over 70 times in that same period. So just to give a magnitude of understanding the differences, 3 closures in the entirety of last year versus what could have been possibly towards 100 in calendar year last year, if we hadn't been funding those locum positions. So that's really the story of the financials, and it's the story that's carried through to the end of March results as they currently stand at our, as we heard in our last report backs. So we are currently, we would be ahead of budget right now, were it not for the locum impacts and the pay parity impacts.
Okay, thank you. Last year, for this report, we did have the statement of financial position and the statement of financial performance, which did give a level of detail which we don't have this year. So it would be helpful to have that. And I think the summarised information just doesn't give us enough oversight. But if that can be shared with us, that would be handy. Councillors, any comments or questions? Obviously, there's, things are in a state of flux at the moment as we go through the larger process around negotiating with Health New Zealand, and there's probably stuff that can't be said about that at the moment as yet. But just, is there anything on the 6 monthly report? No. Oh, Councillor Blackler.
Thank you, Mayor Kircher. I just had a question regarding the income of 9353 up from 7161. Is the original uplift from Te Whatuora that was announced, is there a difference or an apparent shortfall there just because of the timing of the financial years, like Health New Zealand funding year versus our CCO year? And second question is, is it somewhere around 5,000 to 7,000 locum hours we're talking was the?
So come at those from the 2 points. So yes, the income will be in part timing. So with the uplift, which was a net of about 3.2, part of that will be timing, but you will also remember that in the course of what followed subsequent to the balance date was we did contra write-offs between ourselves and the former Southern DHB for the amounts that were contra owed around outpatients and a whole row of other paid bills going back over the 2 years. And so they will have flowed through in the form of income. That's why it's not at just 1.5. There are other sums involved. In respect to the shifts, most of the locum shifts filled would have been day shifts or swing shifts. And the reason for that is that it usually falls to our own staff to cover night shifts because those are really hard to recruit locums to. So I don't have it in hours because some of the night shifts have been covered by locums, and a night shift is 15 hours and a day shift will be 8 or 10 depending on the nature of the mix. But I do have it in shifts. So for the period of the 6 months through to the 31st of December, staff did 509 shifts and locums covered 572 shifts. And the other 119 shifts were usually swing shifts and usually covered by telemedicine cover. And that became increasingly difficult to maintain after the GPs had withdrawn the after hours cover. So more of the telemedicine coverage for those swing shifts happened prior to the GPs withdrawing services, and then we had massive impact at ED. So last year, I think in terms of the formal records, we were looking at about 7,800 ED presentations, and this year we're on track for around about 9,600.
Yes. Just supplementary to that, just to jog the memory, how many ED presentations are we funded for? 4.5, is it?
It's one of those great topics of debate. We're funded for 4,000 ED presentations per annum, and that has to cover the ACC FAS presentations as well.
Anyone else? Just comment on the statement of intent, because the recommendation to us is that you don't provide one. My belief is that we should be provided one, and once we know what the lay of the land is that your perception of what would happen?
Being really cautious about things that we can't say. It will depend entirely on what WDHSL looks like after the transition takes place. So until we know that, then it's really important. It depends. I mean, again, we're in the territory where we can't say too much because we don't know what the transition looks like. But until such time as we know what the entity looks like, we're really unable to consider it. And it may be that it depends. It may be not appropriate in the end.
Yeah. No, just want to make sure it's not a blanket. There's not going to be one. So that's fine. No other questions?
Yeah, just
one more.
Sorry, one more would be if the locum situation remained the same going forward, based on this document talking about going ranged at 350 to 500, what would the projected deficit against budget be from the locum situation if you assumed it was still 40 to 50%?
We have 3 doctors who started since this half year result. So we had 2 doctors who started early in February, and we had another doctor who started last month. And the number of locum shifts has dropped dramatically. So we are still going to require some locum shifts, but more at the level that we had anticipated prior to the doctor shortages really hitting home. The other thing to bear in mind is that no, that's not true. The greater majority of all locums are actually Te Whare Health New Zealand senior medical officers who come down to do locum shifts here.
The joys of the public and private system. Okay, if there's nothing else, would someone like to basically move the recommendations on page 145. That's Holding, thank you. And the seconder, Councillor Blackford, thank you. Any further discussion on those? I'll put it. Those in favour, please say aye. And against, it's carried. Thanks very much to you all. I know this is a pretty tough time, and there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes. Thank you, and Andrea, you'll be managing a lot of staff concerns and expectations and various things as well. So all the best with that. I can say I'm sure I'm confident we are working on how we get the best result for our community overall, and that's the thing that we are focused on. But all the best in the meantime, and we'll look forward to seeing you hopefully once we're able to have basically a proposal come through to council around what the future of the hospital looks like. Thanks very much. With that, we finish the end of the public part of our agenda, and we didn't get on to the proper discussion of the water procurement report in public excluded. So we're going to go into public excluded for that. Someone like to move? Councillor Linwood, Councillor Thompson. Those in favour, we go to public excluded, please say aye. And against, it's carried. So thanks to everyone who's joined on the live stream, and sorry, it's been a wee bit disjointed with the gaps and so on, but yeah,